Hello farmers, and welcome back to Farming Simulator 25. It has been just a little bit over a month since the last time I've been into the game, so probably going to be a little bit rusty on how things go. Have to get back into the swing of things. But yeah, a little over a month it's been. A nice needed break for me from the game, but we are back at it. We are sitting here on our farm, and you may hear some water being sloshed around. Sam is running around here somewhere right now. We are on the map Submerged Sanctuary. There's water everywhere. If you don't know nothing about the map, we'll go over to it in just a minute. What's going on here. We are starting off with a small farm plot. We have a $300,000 loan, but you may notice the money's down to $140,000. The land that we own is worth $160,000, so that equals the $300,000 for our loan. We just have the land and the buildings on it. I don't have any equipment as of yet. On this series here, we're going to be doing buy from the used section only. I can lease things, though, because obviously buying from the used section, sometimes the things that you need never come up. So I'll have to lease some things. Here is Sam down over here. We'll have a walk around the farm here in just a second. But there's Sam. He's taking a nap. You may notice when you listen, everywhere I walk, you can still kind of hear water sloshing around because the water level is that high. We do start off with a beautiful home, our trailer right there. This is where Sam will be. We have a starting field of wheat. Apparently, is it wheat? Yes, wheat. We got wheat ready to harvest. We have ourselves a silo over here. We do have a couple of sheds that we are starting off with. This is what you would start off with. The only thing I've changed on the map so far is there were two greenhouses that were over here. We are going to be putting down our own greenhouse, though, because I need a way to make some money. Because, of course, we are playing on hard economy, precision farming. If you've been here long enough, you know everything is turned on. The only thing turned off is field stones. We have this building right here, which at first I thought was a silo, but it's actually two things. It's a fermenting silo, and I think it also turns rock into lime, which we will do a little bit of once we lower the water level. And we have another shed over here, and of course you can see the water level and stones over here as well. Now if we fly up, turn it on first. If we fly up, this is what the map currently looks like. So that's our starting plot right there. I think over there might be the store location and one sell point. You might be thinking to yourself, if you don't know nothing about the Submerged Sanctuary, what kind of map is this? Well, if we get out and actually look at the map, you're going to see this is what the map will look like at some point. Our job here is to lower the water level. There is a pump. I think there's a pump right over here somewhere that we actually have to activate, and it costs us money to activate the pump, and the pump will drain the water, and then, it'll give us access to more property further on down the line. A big problem that's going to be, now I don't know it's because the other fields are underwater, or maybe they're just not here at all, but there are no contracts available either. So it's going to be kind of hard to make money when you only have one plot of land. As we get on back down to earth here. So yeah, we got ourselves our wheat field. So yeah, up here, as we cross the water, there is a water pump. I do have it set on, if I turn up the helper HUD, left shift and Z. So water pump difficulty set, I just set it to easy. It's 500 credits per minute before production checkpoint. 1,000, I forgot, didn't read it fast enough. But now it's normal is 1,000 credits, 2,000 after a balance change, and then we're going to have it on hard setting, 1,500 credits per minute before production checkpoint. So, yeah, it's going to cost me quite a bit amount of money to lower the water. Now, once you lower the water doesn't keep rising. It's just a matter of you got to turn on the pump and drain the water off the map. So that is kind of what we got to do here. We got to lower the water to get more land. And it's going to cost me some money. Now, I don't know how much it's going to cost. It just says how much it costs per minute for the pump to run. I don't know how much money it's going to cost to get down to the first level. I didn't check any of that stuff. We're just rolling with it. What is the name of the map? The name of the map is called Submerge Sanctuary. It is a PC-only map. This is not available on console at all because of the draining water thing that we're doing. But hello, Brandon and Miles and Lindsay. Welcome. Hope you guys had a nice weekend. But yeah, we are back into Farming Simulator 25. So the only thing we really have with us is Sam. Sam is in charge, I guess. And yeah, no contracts because, well, the fields aren't reachable. I'm guessing the contracts may be turned off completely on this map, so won't be doing any contracts. So yeah, first thing we're going to be doing today is probably putting down a greenhouse so I can start making some good money that way. Because obviously if I just harvest wheat and sell wheat, it's not a big field to begin with. We're not going to get that much money from the wheat. So in order to make a good amount of money, I think we're going to have to put down a nice little greenhouse from Farmer G's greenhouse pack. So again, the only thing we can only buy from the used section. And this is what we started off with in the used section. We got ourselves a trailer, which we don't need. Now, this mower, I'll get to my plans in just a minute, but this mower may come in handy. And then we got a trailer header and a belt. So the only thing there that we could use, and won't be in the month of August, is a mower. I may be able to use that further on down the line. So I have 140,000. Again, I have a loan of 300,000. Where is the loan? So yeah, we're just using the enhanced loan system. A monthly payment of $3,006, which is kind of funny that it's that total right there. The reason why that is funny is in my American Truck Simulator Realistic Economy series, my loan payment per day on that series right now is $3,006. So yeah, that's kind of weird. But yeah, $300,000 is our current loan. If I don't know if I could take out, if I were to take out another loan, how much more could I borrow? Oh, I can't borrow anymore. So we can't borrow any more money. So the money we have is the money we have. Wheat for chickens. I don't think that's a lot of wheat. I don't think that's a lot of wheat at all. But yeah, we're gonna get one of the greenhouses from Farmer G's greenhouse pack, because that thing is a little bit OP, but we're going to need something a little bit OP. So if we go on down here, yeah, I just want to get this one right here to make lettuce. That's all we really want to do. So again, what you see here, this is where the other two greenhouses would have been, or are, if you were to load in the Submerged Sanctuary map. Can we just pop, it was just here a second ago. Yeah, 50,000. $12. Boom, pop it on in. All right, we got ourselves a greenhouse. So that leaves me with just a little under 90,000. Well, in order to get the greenhouse up and going, I am going to need some water and a tanker, right? So again, I can only buy from the used section, but we can lease. So I went to get a tractor, and I came across this yesterday on the Mod Hub. It's the Zeta Crystal 16045. There is one in game, but I want to check out the modded one. Plus, it is 10,000 cheaper, so it should be cheaper to lease. I'm not going to do anything fancy with it. Maybe I'll change the color, the main color, just to orange, just because. And if I were to lease this, that would cost me, that sucks. That's a lot of money for leasing a tractor. But I got to have a tractor, so we'll lease that. And then I am going to need a water tanker to put water in. And obviously, I'm probably going to go with, I hope I got it activated. Barrels. Ooh, maybe I don't have it activated. Where would that be under? Is that under livestock? Thought it would be here, so maybe I didn't activate the Omatana's pack. Consumables, transportations. Boy, it's been a moment, so I got to remember where all this stuff is. Winter equipment is under miscellaneous, maybe. Oh, I'm guessing I don't have it activated. Well, if I don't have it activated, then just for today, I'll have to get the regular barrel. That one holds 6,000. That only holds 2,000. All right, you know what I'm going to do? Because if I don't have it activated, I'm going to want it later on anyways. And if it's not activated, just less chance it's not going to come up for sale. Let me go ahead and save. Quit the main menu. I'll have to find it in the mods here. Career, go in here. Oh, give me a minute to find it. Probably more than a minute. Because I don't know what it's called. Isn't it going to be under... Oh, probably under the... Is it going to be called like the TARDIS pack? No, it's not called the TARDIS pack. Star... Maybe I do have activated and just can't find the right category that it's under. Oh, you know where it might be? It might be... Ah, it's up here because... Yeah. Alright, yeah, I need that. There we go. Now it's activated. No, I don't want to update any of those mods. Those are mods I have modified myself. You can't fish a little for money? No, I am not doing fishing on this because I did the fishing on Peshanier Valley. And since this water level is not an accurate water level, I'm guessing... yeah, every time I load in, it kind of tells us about the map a little bit. But the map is flooded, that's all we really need to know. But yeah, I'm not going to do fishing on here because I did it on Peshanier Valley. And again, like I said, I don't think... Sam, are you alright? Sam is trying to swim and walk at the same time. I will buy some of your lettuce, but only if your name isn't Taylor Farms. No, it's not called Taylor Farms, that's for darn sure. Hello, Panther. Welcome. Hope you're feeling better and you had a nice weekend. All right, now if I go into here, go on down to barrels. There it is. And I want to do unrealistic capacity. Does it charge me for changing color? Well, I'm going to go with pink because we are leasing it. All right, so there is the start. And actually, I can put the time scale to ×3 because what I'm doing today shouldn't take me too long. Now, this should be the store down here because obviously the rest of the map is flooded. And when I say the store, it's just an open area. And I'm hoping I can get water from this water level. If not, I'm going to have to put down a hydrant somewhere. See, I think, is that our only sell point? Stock market, or this market right here. Okay. It is showing me all the sell points. The problem is, I don't think I can get to a lot of these things. Because the rest of them are underwater. Speaking of, can I just back into this water here and fill up this tanker? May sound like a weird question to ask. But since this water... Oh no, we'll fill up, okay. See the cardiologist today. 90-minute appointment, going to be boring. Well, not if you get good news. Hope you get good news. Hello, John. Welcome. Hope you had a nice weekend. So again, we can only buy things from the used section, but I can lease. So the question is going to be, since it's such a small wheat field, is it worth getting the combine to harvest that. So I'm going to be doing nothing but lettuce for now. So let's put that water on in. If I now go to here, so lettuce, 100%. We don't have lettuce manure, just this. So we're going to activate that. I could jump up productivity, but I'm going to leave it at 100% just for now. And I'm trying to figure out, do I want to put the lettuce on storing or just sell? I think we're going to put the lettuce just on sell directly, because I really don't have any way of transporting or selling it right away. So we're just going to put it on sell directly. So yeah, we do have the wheat field. So my plan is, because it's August, you know, I probably should just harvest it, just because it is here. Will give us something to do. We'll have some wheat. But I think what we're going to do to make some money now, again, like I said, this building over beside us does lime production, which stones into lime. I don't have fieldstone turned on, but we will be using it because there's some barricades up that are, I believe, barricaded by stone. I don't know how much stone's actually there, but we'll get some lime out of it. But there is silage production. So what my plan is, I guess we'll harvest this. I'm not going to need a trailer because I'll just use a harvester to dump the grain into the silo. And then I think we're going to go ahead and plant grass, because that way I'll get not only, let's see, it's August, so I should get grass in September. I should get grass in November, and then we can get another cut of grass in the spring before I replant some crops. It's one thing I didn't check. Is there any type, specific kind of crop on this map, or is it just a base game crop? Yeah, it looks like it's going to be the base game crop. So I can plant something in the spring that's not going to be too important. I guess oats would be a good thing I could probably plant. Yeah, some oats. All right, so with 80,000, let's see what we got for harvesters. I do believe I have at least one harvester on the cheap. When I say on the cheapest base game was 104. But we do have the TX32 at 55,000. How much to lease that? Almost $3,000. Well, not only do we need that, but we need, what's the difference here? 4 meters. Well, we don't need nothing big. We'll just go with this one, and we will lease that as well. So about $4,000 to lease the combine. So at the cost of wheat, if we look down here, we look at wheat. So even if I sold wheat at the best price at $400, yeah, I would need, what, 10,000 liters of wheat to break even on this. I don't think we're going to get 10,000 liters of wheat off this field. So I'm not going to really break even on this, but you know what? It'll be fine. Well, no, we're going to make money in the long run. Now, I do have precision farming turned on. So I'm not too worried about our score and everything right off. And I already hit the wrong button. was trying to hit that button so I could unfold the combine. And I'm not going to bother putting the straw into a swath because to rent a baler or anything like that. Well, you know what? I am going to, no, I don't need, sorry, I don't need a forage wagon. I was like, well, we need a forage wagon for the grass. You don't have grass yet, so what's the point? Yeah, so don't worry about it. All right, can we lower the lower the header? Yeah, let's go ahead and chop it on up. So I should get a little bit of a bonus from that. I'll have to see the Heart Wizard. Well, Panther, good luck on your doctor's appointment. And thanks for stopping on in for a little bit today. And hopefully we will see you soon. So I feel like today, in today's stream, we're going to be zipping through the months because obviously there are no contracts to do. So I only got work to do on our own fields, and this is the only field that we have. I'm probably going to have to lease a cultivator because we have tram lines in the field. And I may try to expand the field a little bit more. Obviously, try to get the best what we can for what we have. I can expand this field a little bit. Does anyone here know about how much money it should cost me to lower the level of the water on the first go? But even if I could lower the level, I don't know if I can afford... I have no idea what fields will be available. I would assume it's going to be the fields right next to us. And I'm not going to have enough money to buy those fields anyways. Now, I probably should at least buy the soil sampling because that is part of the environmental score bonus. So let me go into here. We'll buy the soil sampling. Go to here. Field number 1. $1,000 to buy it, so we'll buy it. So yeah, right now my score is a 38. Now it's up to a 46. Your environmental score, decrease your sell price by 1%. Alright, that's not good. So pH level is bad, nitrogen is bad. Well, it's the way the field is. No idea. You have not played this map. I remember when this map came out months ago. I think it was not long after I started on Pashanier Valley. And I was like, yeah, this is a map I want to try because I find it kind of interesting that, yeah, we got to lower the water level to reveal the other parts of the map. Trees, selling trees. Yeah, don't think I want to get into the tree stuff. I think the lettuce is going to do us pretty good. I was thinking I would not get 10,000 liters off of this field. But I think I'm going to get more than what I was thinking of. Walk up to where you have to lower it, will it tell you what you need? I don't think so. I think I checked on it when I loaded up the map last week, and it'll tell you how much it costs per minute to drain the water, but I don't know how long it's going to take to drain the water to the next level. Now, as for having animals on this map, I'm kind of preparing for the DLC that comes out in October, where we know we're going to have alpacas or llamas. So I don't want to go the route of like sheep, goats, or anything like that. Chickens might be something we could do with this wheat, depending how much we get. You forgot, never buy the environmental score until after you harvest the field. No, you want to buy it before. Because it's still going to register what you're doing anyways, and part of the field score is done by soil sampling. So if you saw, when I was buying the soil sampling, my environmental score bonus, my environmental score was like 30-something. Then I bought the soil sample, and my score went up to like 40-something. Let's go ahead and unload this. Actually, I don't know how much this silo holds. I'm not familiar with this silo too much. Probably if I go into construction. It's not that one. It's this one here. 100,000 liters. Well, I don't think I have to worry about having more than 100,000 liters. There's a cell station down by the store where I fill up with water. I was parked right next to it. I could put down my own little farmhouse, but I'm not sure if I want to do that either. I'll get 10%. bonus from selling out my own farm stand. See, I don't want to spend all my money because, you know, I would like to buy some stuff in the used sale if it comes up. Especially a tractor. I don't mind leasing the tractor on day one and for a couple days. But again, it's got to be a tractor that I can afford. Well, the one thing I do need to put on down is the hut so I can buy seed, fertilizer, and lime. That's only like a couple grand. Hopefully I can find, I don't know if I activate it or not, but hopefully I can find a cheap spreader to lease. I can put down the lime application. So actually harvesting this wheat is going to actually be a net loss on it. Because it cost me $4,000 for the combine and the header. And unless we harvest 10,000 liters, which we are not going to get to, it's going to be a net loss on this harvest. But, you know, the wheat's here. We're here to farm. I didn't want to start the this series just by plowing in the crop of wheat. I need the 710 to start with. Well, if it comes up in the used section. Again, we can only buy from the used section, so if that's the one that comes up, I mean, I'll jump on whatever tractor that comes up to begin with. I don't want to hem and haw on the first tractor and be like, well, just wait for something else, because something else may take forever to come up. But a tractor, of course, you need a tractor for everything. A combine we can lease. Since I only got one field, I can lease it for that one day, but a tractor, you're going to need it quite often. I mean, yeah, I could have leased it for cheap, but at the same point, you know, I did use that at the beginning of Pashanier Valley, so I wanted to try out the Zeta Crystal. So what am I going to have? Like 7,000 liters? So it's not too bad. It's a couple thousand liters more than I thought I would have got. If the previous farmer had put some fertilizer down, that would have been nice. Yeah, I try not to repeat a lot of the things that I do in other series. Although there are some things that's kind of hard to do on repeating, because there's just some things that are just that much worth doing. Yeah, but the John Deere 710, I used that at the beginning of Peshanier Valley. If it had been another series in between that one and this one, then maybe, yeah, I could. But again, the John Deere 710 could come up for sale, and that'd be the one we go with anyways. All right, so how much wheat do we end up with? 7,500. How it ended up on 7,500 exactly, I don't know. And you can see the max value is 3,517. And I spent 4,000 to lease this. What map is this? This is called Submerged Sanctuary. It's a PC-only map. All right, let me get out of that. We'll go into here. Vehicles, New Holland. We can return that. And then the header we can return as well. So now I need a cultivator. Let's see, what's the cheapest one? 9,500. Do I have any modded ones? I do not. Is that enough to... I don't know if that's enough to dig up the tram lines. I can't use that plow because that plow is way too much. Actually, I don't even know how much horsepower this tractor even has. What's the horsepower of this tractor? 160. So that's got more horsepower than I thought it had. All right, I'm going to try to get the shallow cultivator. Again, I don't know if that's going to get rid of the tram lines or not. Yeah, I'm not going to get into chickens right away because, again, I don't want to spend money on a chicken pen and then have to feed the chickens through the first winter. I kind of want to, I think, the beginning here, we just kind of want to skip through until next season. Somewhat. I still got to plant the grass and... Yeah, I'm hoping this gets rid of the tram lines. Oh, so the store does have a repair. I was wondering if there was a repair section there. Yeah, I really want to. I want to keep at least by the end of the month because I'm going to be leasing some stuff. Hopefully, at least keep about 50,000 in the bank account. Cultivating. There's something I haven't done in one of my fields in ages. Oh, I probably should have... Oh. The field doesn't need to be plowed, does it? No, it does not. Okay. So we're going to plant grass in here. That way I should get a cut in November. And then hopefully we can get another cut in the springtime before maybe, again, maybe I'll keep it as grass next year. I don't know. But yeah, before we put another crop in it next spring. I don't have crop rotation turned on. So I figured that would just add a little bit too much. I want to have a little bit of free will of what we can do here. You can actually kind of see a little bit that the water level is so close to the field. If you watch the tires on the back of the tractor as I go around, occasionally you'll see water splash up. You can see a little bit of water there. So the water level is very, very close to the surface here. You can barely see a little bit of white splashing now and then around the tires. I think it's getting rid of the tram lines. I don't know if you need a deep cultivator to get rid of the tram lines, or a plow will do it, subsoiler. I don't know if a shallow cultivator will get rid of the tram lines. I mean, it should. I know I don't have to cultivate the whole field, but we got it. So after we're here 1 month, I'll have a look to see how much money we're making off the lettuce. And if I want to make a little bit more, I can up the production of the greenhouse. Right now it's at 100%. I could boost it up to maximum, I think 300%. You can see Sam off in the distance walking / swimming in the water. Having the time of his life, probably. What's the in-cab view look of the Zeta Crystal? Nothing too fancy. So someday we will see the rest of the map. I don't think today I'll even get to where we lower it at all, because a lot of the money's got to go into the farm itself. But again, even if I were able to lower the water level, I'm not going to be able to afford the fields around us, I don't think. Because this section here was 160,000. Did I activate cultivators allowed to make fields? Allowed to create fields. Yes, I did. So we're going to expand this field. Oh, if I expand the field, I'm going to have to buy the soil sampling again. Okay, so maybe I'll wait on doing that for a later date. Hello, FS. Welcome. Hope you had a nice weekend. What's the map plan? The map is Submerged Sanctuary. PC only map. We have a $300,000 loan. $160,000 was for the land. And I've already spent some money to put a greenhouse on the farm, whatnot. We can only buy from the used section, but we can lease. And the problem with this map is, with the entire rest of the map being flooded, there are no contracts to do. So we got to earn all the money ourselves. Well, I mean, you wouldn't earn all the money yourself anyways, but yeah, but we can't go out and just do numerous contracts throughout the day. The farm's got to make its own money, and it costs money to run the pump to lower the water level. So everywhere you look around our farm is just surrounded by water. And again, actually, if you watch the tractor as it goes around the field, if you watch by the tires, occasionally you'll see splashes of water. That's how high the water level is on the map. It's just barely underneath the surface. So we just harvested. This was a field of wheat that we just harvested. Got about 7,000 liters, which in order to break even, I needed 10,000 liters. But you know what? We harvested it, and it was fine. It's all good. So all this equipment I'm currently using is lease because there isn't much for sale in the used section. And yes, I do know about the mods that allow you to have like 30 or 40 items in the used section. I don't like doing that for a series where you can buy used only, because it just makes it, to me, it makes it feel like it's so much easier. Because there's so many numerous choices, and usually what you're looking for, you can find something in that. It may not be the exact tractor or the exact harvester or the exact weeder that you're looking for, but you know, you're going to find something with 30 items in there. And at least this way, with only like 4 or 5 items in the sale page, 4 to 6 I think we can have, when something does pop up in the beginning, it's like, oh, look at what's in the sale department. Because if I had that mod running with like 30 mods, or the mod running where I could have 30 items in the sales section, there would have been a tractor in there, I'm sure, that would have fit our needs. So right now we're cultivating up this field because there were tram lines in it. So I'm hoping by the end of August I still have over 50,000 in the bank account. And again, I need to keep that money in there for the used section, because if something were to come up, I would need the money to buy it. All right. So, cultivated. Let's go ahead and return that. So again, we have the tractor leased and we have the water tanker leased. The water tanker I'll probably just keep leased. So, again, we'll check the sale page. Oh, would you look at that? A shallow cultivator came up for sale. But I wouldn't. I think it would just been better just by leasing that one, because cultivating is something I'm not gonna have to do in the future, for sure. So spreaders. Do I have? We got this one here. Well, that just says fertilizer. Oh, that doesn't do lime. That doesn't either. Phew. How much to lease that? Is it worth $3,000 to lease that to put lime down? I think we'll hold off onto that. Let's go to cedars. Let's see. What is the best one? That requires 165 horsepower. It's a little bit much. I can get this one because that will seed and fertilize at the same time. And it's not that much more. I don't need a direct drill because we just cultivated the field. We got anything that would be cheaper? That's well, that requires 220 horsepower, so can't do that. I mean, yeah, I'll get this one because it's something I have not. Fertilizer and distribution unit. We need that. Okay, and also while we're here, I'm going to need... Is this under containers? Yes. I don't want the reduced price. I want the regular buying station. Where do I want this? Maybe just over here by the silo would be not a bad place to pop it. Alright, let's go get the drill. Yeah, I do have small fertilizer and lime spreaders, but I just didn't activate them, I guess. Alright, switch this over to grass. Bouncy, bouncy. I can't remember how much it throws off the expected yield if there's not a good amount of lime in there. Fertilizer, yes please. Alright, now I gotta get the, those open. Seed. Oh yeah, someone said if I walk up to the trigger of the pump, does it say how much it costs to lower it to the next level? So again, we are on hard. Not only are we on hard economy, but I got the water pump on hard as well. Switch, toggle, select camera, turn on flashlight. Course play, show, hide, bug. Press the action button to start the pump. What's the action button? Left click? Pump started. Do not buy or sell while the pump is running, please. Oh. Okay, so you can stop the progress. So I guess I can turn on the pump and then turn it off whenever I want. So you don't have to do it all in one level, which is a good thing. So no, it doesn't tell you. Again, the only way it tells me... again, so I have it, I want it on hard difficulty, so 1,500 credits per minute before production checkpoint. So yeah, it does cost quite a bit to run the pump. What are you going to be replanting? We're replanting grass. Seeding and water is... Wait, are we not seeding? I'm going to have to lower the water before I can even plant. Are we replanting grass or not? It says not allowed, but are we replanting? The answer would be no. It is not replanting. Might as well turn off the tractor. Well, that is not what we need. Well, I guess I'm going to have to run the pump for a little bit. Do not buy or sell while the pump is running, please. All right, so that is also a problem. Because... my lettuce is on selling. So I'm going to put that on storing. And I'm also going to want to put up... where's that switch? Is it here? Yeah, put up the blockades, because I don't want my lettuce to spawn. Alright. Let's close that door. Alright, so again, let me just make sure. Yeah, you can't have things being sold while the pump is running, apparently. So that's on storing. I guess it would just screw up a few things, so it's a little complicated to run the pump in some ways. Whoops. Alright, so let's come over to here and... Pump started. Not buy or sell while the pump is running. Alright, we won't. Well, let's just go ahead and speed up time, I guess. Oh, you can see the water level going down. Look at that. Alright, so it's going down pretty quick. Whoa. Nope, don't get too excited there, sir. Pump stop. Progress 0%. How's that at 0%? We dropped the water quite a bit there, I think. I just want enough so I can plant my crop, please. Okay, I think we're planting. Yes, the seed is going down, so is the fertilizer, so we're planting. Read the description on the map. If the pump isn't running, the water will rise. Not from my understanding. I mean, not from what I got off of it, off of when I read it about a week and a half ago. So I spent a good amount of money to pump the water down a little bit. The water doesn't rise if the pump isn't running. You're playing on this map as well. Yeah, I didn't think the water would re-rise. The pump is only there to pump the existing water out. I don't want to run the pump anymore because I'm down to 57,000. And again, I want to leave money in the bank account for the sales. So I gotta make a choice though, because there is a mower in the sales section. But I'm trying to think, would it be cheaper to lease it twice rather than buy it once? So it does look like the shallow cultivator will get rid of the tram lines. Shouldn't say anything, you don't know much about the map. Well, we're all going to learn together. I think I spent about, was that $10,000 I spent to have that pump run? But it's got me a little nervous because when I turned off the pump, it said 0 progression. And that was like $10,000 worth of pumping the water out. Can you lease the used stuff? I don't think you can lease used stuff. I never tried or thought to maybe lease used stuff. Is that an option? So if I were to just say, if I go into here, no, on used stuff, there's no option for leasing. So yeah, that mower is 5,000. I'll have to have a look to see if that's something I want to buy or just lease a mower for the first couple of times. At least we got the water level low enough to where we can plant in our own field. So I just want to make sure. It does look like we are planting where the tram lines are, but we can have a look. Can you show map at some point? Well, actually, yeah, we're getting ready to look at the map right now, actually. One, I wanted to make sure... That's the wrong button. But you take a month and a half off, you kind of forget where you need to be going. So yeah, it looks like we are planting over the tram lines. But this is what the map will look like once all of the water's pumped out. The only thing we can see actually is like this little section right here. That's the only thing you can see. So yeah, if we were to... Oh, flight mode's not... Oh yeah, I exited the game, didn't I? So flight mode. So yeah, if we go up into the air, the rest of the map is just underwater. Down here is where the store is. And a little rock bridge to get to our plot of land, and that's it. The rest is underwater. The rest is underwater. So our greenhouse, we'll have to adjust that as we go along. If I wanted to make more, we can ramp it up a bit. But I'm not going to ramp it up to the max and just make loads of money, because I don't want to make the money fast, because that'll ruin the playthrough. Very Alien Jim. I actually think, I think the person that made this map, I think this is their first map. If you're playing on PC, well, one, you have to on this map, because this is a PC-only map. And from what you're suggesting there, Tony, no, we just talked about this a little while ago. I don't want to flood the used market, because that takes away the fun of the challenge of being able to buy from used only. I mean, it's a nice mod. I've seen the mod in action. But there's just way too many choices, so I think it would just kind of... I have more fun of only having the choice between 4 to 6 items, and getting excited when your item that you're looking for comes up for sale. Again, I'm not going to be picky about a tractor. I don't care what brand or whatever, as long as it's something that we could use. I'll jump on it right to begin with. Or if I'm looking for a spreader or a sprayer, I'm not going to be like, well, I just want this particular brand or whatever. Whatever one comes up, you're like, you know what, we could use that. So I think I've seen some people use it. I think I've seen a long time ago where Daggerwind and Chainsaw were doing it on a competitive series, like a year ago or so. It might be a different mod, but they had like 40 or 50 items in there, and I think that would just... I mean, obviously there'd be a tractor there I'm sure it could use, and so on and so forth, so... I like it a little bit more challenging than that. From the map description, the cost will be 1,000 credits per in-game minute. The amount increases to 2,000. We unlock the 4th checkpoint on normal difficulty. Yeah, we can see that. We know those prices because we can see that when I change the difficulty of the pump. Since I got the pump on hard, for me, the first section is 1,500 credits per minute. Is it left shift Z? Oh, hang on a second. Left Shift Z. So an easy, it's 500 credits per minute, 1,000 after. Normal is 1,000 credits, 2,000 after. And hard is 1,500 credits per minute, up to 3,000 after. And I think there's 4 levels that we got to pump down. But it's not like you walk up to the pump and it says, it'll cost you $80,000 to pump down to the next level. But the good thing is you can turn the pump on and then turn it back off. So it's not, you can kind of use the amount of money you want to at that particular time. The only thing I'm curious about, if I were to save the game and reload, would the water level reset? If I didn't get down to the next level? Does the LAU script realize how much down we have gotten on the first level? So yeah, the reason why we're planting grass is because I can get a grass cut in this fall, and we can make silage out of it over at the production to our left that we own. And I might be able to get another cut in the springtime if I want to replant a crop next spring. So the expected yield is 111 out of 125. So if I put lime down, that's an extra 14%. And I think I want that. Let me just unload the seed and fertilizer. I can return the drill. See, I don't have... I think I got something like this that does seed and fertilizer. Not seed and fertilizer, lime and fertilizer, but I didn't activate it. Well, I kind of want to test this out, and I think now would be a good time to figure this out. Is if I save the game and reload, is that water level going to be down to there and not back up to here? So let me go ahead and save game. Save twice for good luck. Quit to menu. And let's see if I can find that spreader. Or a set of spreaders. Right now I'm doing a quick scan. I may have gone by it. Oh, no, this one right here, I think. Yeah, I think this would do seed. I keep saying seed and fertilizer. Lime and fertilizer. All right, let's see when we reload. Does the water level stay where it was? Because I didn't get down to the next stage. Or did it reset to the top level? If it did, I may credit myself some money because I spent like 10 grand on lowering it as far as we did. Yeah, we know. I'm not going to read this every time you load and this comes up. Yeah, it looks like the water level did stay where it was because we don't have water. When we started, we had water up to here. So, yeah, we are good. That's fine. All right, now if we go down to spreaders, we should have This right here does lime and fertilizer. So we will lease that for 178 bucks. And we'll put lime down in our fields. You'd use a trigger the water pump on your land to lower the water level. Well, yeah, but that we know. Unlock more selling points production in farmlands. The water level takes 24 in-game hours to reach its endpoint. Well, that's going to be rather expensive to get it down to the next water level. So yeah, I'm not going to be in no rush to do that. Don't forget the lettuce. Nope, not going to forget about the lettuce. The one thing I do want to check, lettuce. Best time to sell it, it says, is February. What is the fluctuation on lettuce? Lettuce check. Yeah, so right now the price is really at its worst. Almost. And how much lettuce does that hold? That can hold 100,000 liters. So maybe I will store that as for now, unless I really need the money. Yep, give me some lime. Don't know how fast I'm going to go through this, but... or what the working width of this is. Alright, so that's a pretty good working width. And yeah, I'm going through it pretty darn quick, but, you know, it's a small field. And we don't have a whole lot more to do. Actually, after I get done spreading lime here, I'm done. And hello, Clemenza. Hope you're doing well for a Monday and had a nice weekend. Hello, Kells. Welcome as well. No, I have no problem with you sharing information about the map, Brandon, because other people will get to hear the information as well. Actually, how much, not that, you know, I'm going to be able to afford it. I'm going to assume, I don't know how, if it's going to unveil the fields all around here, but like field number 2 is 128,000. That's going to be more. That's $250,000. Yeah, the fields aren't cheap around here. Like field number 6 is, even field number 6 is 104,000. So even if I were to lower the water level, great. But I can't afford the other fields. Now, the only thing I don't know if it does is if contracts will start appearing in those fields. I'm guessing not. But, you know, what the heck do I know at this point? And with the enhanced loan system, in case you're just tuning in, I do have a $300,000 loan, and I can't borrow any more because the farm is not worth enough to where the bank would say, yep, you can borrow more money. So I can't borrow any more money than what we currently have. We have what we have. Well, I did say I wanted $50,000 when I ended the month. And that is what we're going to have. No, I feel like I need to put the lettuce on selling because I need to see how much money it's kind of bringing in per month to see if I need to upgrade that to a 200% production or what. Do I keep the tractor overnight? I have to see how much the loan or the leasing cost is for keeping it overnight. Because really, I'm not going to need it again now until November, until it's time to cut grass. All right, let's return the spreader. All right, so now if we walk over here, yield should be pretty darn good. Yeah, 123 out of 125. It needs rolling. You know my thoughts on rolling if you've been here long enough. Sam, you're sitting on top of the water. Now you're sleeping on water. So we do have rocks around here, or stones, sorry. I don't know how many liters of stones that are here. Sam, calm down. So yeah, we're gonna get these stones out of there at some point and put them into this production, make some lime. I'm not gonna get that much money for selling stones, so might as well just put that to use. But also this building right here is where the grass is gonna go in, and we're gonna make silage. That is a plan. So yeah, I wanted to see again this tractor here. If I go to here, $450 a day, 900 for the base cost. I'm not going to need this tractor again until November, so I think it's worth returning it. And plus, I already got like 0.6 hours on it. So I'm getting close to another... Well, I'm getting close to an... Well, not close. I got another 0.4 hours before the hour meter goes on it. But yeah, I don't know what I would need it for. Oh, the one thing I should do, because that way the water keeps going in to the greenhouse, because I've exited the save file and reloaded it. Let me reactivate the tanker. The tanker I will keep, because I'm going to need water forever. So I activate that, pull away. Yeah, so you can hear the water constantly going into the greenhouse. So that's what we want. All right, so the tractor. Let's return the tractor. Because it'll cost me more to keep it for 3 months and not use it than to release it again. Oh yeah, so the other thing is the mower for 5,200. If I were to lease a mower, and probably that mower doesn't put it into a swath. Where are the mowers here? Did I go buy them? Are they at the top? Down? Where are they? Lower? Square balers. All right, I know I gone past mowers at that point. Veggies. Mowers over here. I think it's that one there. So if I were to lease that, yeah, I think it'd be better to lease it than buy it, because I don't know how long I'm going to have a grass field. So I think we'll lease it. And if I were to lease it, I'd probably use, I don't have that mower activated. All right, no big deal. If I were to lease that, that's kind of expensive. All right, well, we'll figure that out later. All right, so I want to go back in and put our lettuce on selling. And actually, have I sold any lettuce yet? Oh, finances. Okay, you're gonna have to ignore that because I saw I forgot. Because I had to set up the farm, so I sold some things that were on the farm. So that's sold buildings. Ignore that. Sold products. I made $185 off of lettuce so far. So not too impressive. All right. I don't have nothing else to do, so we're going to skip to the end of the day. We'll check the sale page. I need to adjust a couple things here. One multiplier, that should be at ×2. And the other one I want is... Where is it? That was up here. Reload stone, pallets, bales, HUD, visibility. Extra time scales. There it is. Yeah. I'm aware of that. All right, so that way you can fast forward a little bit quicker than what we normally do here. So yeah, we can see the money going up. That's from the lettuce selling. All right, we'll check the sale page before we go to bed. And nothing has changed. And there is our lovely little greenhouse. Oh, that's your wardrobe. This is the sleep trigger. Well, we'll sleep until 8. Yeah, I can't afford another greenhouse like that. That greenhouse is 50 grand. And I can't afford it. All right, so there's our grass. Sale page. Well, the only thing gone is the trailer. So, yeah, let's just go ahead and we're going to skip through some time here. We're going to check midday. Sale page. Well, there's a drill, but don't care about a drill. I mean, things I will need definitely in the future, but I'm prioritizing a tractor of all things. Well, there's a wrapper, but we don't need a wrapper because we got a fermenting silo on the farm. So we don't need that. All right, let's go to bed again. So yeah, money's kind of staying somewhat even, but not really. Well, there's a telehandler, which is nice. But I can't even afford the telehandler. All right, so now we kind of gone through a full month. So the greenhouse is making the same amount of money as our loan payment, which is not bad considering the price is at its lowest for lettuce. So that's, eventually they'll get better. But as long as we're evening out on the loan, I can deal with that for now. You missed a mower for 5K. Branding, where have you been? We talked about the mower just a few seconds ago. I can lease the mower for like $700, and I may only need it twice. So I'd rather lease it twice than buy it for $5K, because I don't know how long we're gonna have a grass field. Turn the volume up. So yeah, it is ready for harvest, but we want to get it in November. Do you ever play anything offline, non-broadcasting? Well, I do a lot of I play a lot of the games that you see offline to get things set up. Like yesterday, I played some SnowRunner to get that set up for the next time I stream it. There are a couple of games I do play with friends. I play Total Battle with a bunch of people, which is kind of like a more of like a phone tablet kind of game, but I play that. Any ideas to spend 95 million? I got the fields. 95 million, buy the world. Buy the world. He's talking about 95 million. I got 50,000 is what I have. So yeah, we got to get into November. Let me get until noon. Let me just double check. Nothing there. Yeah, we talked about the mower. Well, I don't know where you were. I was talking about the mower. Okay, so telehandler. What is that actually? Oh, sugarcane. Yeah, we definitely don't need any of that. And yep, we are all set for. All right, let's get to November where we'll cut some grass. And we'll make some. We'll put in our fermenting silo. Make some silage. All right, what do we got? Well, there's a tractor for sale, but yeah, that tractor is for working some orchards and some grapevines and whatnot. Not exactly what we're looking for. Wait, actually, I don't think... No, I can't even afford that tractor. I can't even afford that tractor, so let's not even talk about it. I can't afford that. I'm sure the water's still going in here, right? Yeah, and I still got half of a tank of water, but I'm going to refill that today to make sure it's good to go throughout. So let's jump in here. What other tractors? Do I have any tractors that are cheaper than 45 I could lease? No. So obviously the cheaper it is in store, the cheaper it is to lease. So yeah, let's go back with this. It was orange. Let's go with we'll go yellow. And we will lease that. Then we're going to need to lease a mower. That's 13,000. 3.1, 3.5. 95 horse, 60 horse. Let's get this one right here. And then we are going to need a forage wagon. And we will get the cheapest one going. All right. Oh, yeah, I was looking around. Gotta go to the store to grab it. So, $4,500 for the tractor, mower, and forage wagon. Will I get that much money back on silage? So, we do have like a sell point here. There's a sell point there that we can reach. I don't know what this is for. It's a fill point. I'm not sure what we can fill up there. That's the repair area. What sell point is actually the one over here so I can see how much we're actually getting for... That's the vehicle shop. That says vehicle shop. Feed the flood survivors. So that's the sell point that we have. Oh, I just realized there's no front PTO on this. No! Yeah, it's kind of hard map to find water to fill up the water tank. It can be kind of difficult. Well, I may have to mow the field backwards because I don't have a front PTO on this. Does this mower work if it's facing the wrong direction? Your hearing sucks. Your wife has to yell at you to talk to you. So I never know if she's yelling at me because she's trying to talk or if she's mad at me. Is there much difference? I'm just asking. Just asking. Well, I don't know if this is going to work or not. Also, this map doesn't have any weird crop destruction with the grass, does it? No, it doesn't. And, well, crud. Well, this is going to be fun. The mower does not... You have to go in one direction with the mower, which seems kind of weird, but... Alright, but now you get to watch me mow the grass in reverse because... I'm not going to lease another tractor for $3,000 so I can use the mower on the front. So we're going to mow the grass backwards. You would think this mower would work in either direction, but what do I know? You know who'd be good at this is Tow Mater from Cars. If you know, you know. Funny thing is, I think I'm going the working speed of this mower. No, I'm not. Working speed is 13. Okay. But hey, I'm not in a hurry. I am not in a hurry. So yeah, I am trying to figure out financially how this is playing out. So again, our greenhouse right now is producing enough lettuce where it offsets the loan payment that we have. The problem is, I think the loan is for 10 years. I mean, I can pay more of it off to begin with. But we need to lower the water to get to the next other fields, but then the other fields are going to cost me $100 grand. New challenge rule, you can only farm backwards. I have a hard enough time driving forward, some would say, so I don't think this is a wise thing to make that a constant rule. I know someone said they are playing on this map. But if anyone is playing on this map and can answer this question, once we get the water level exposing more fields, do contracts come up or are contracts just turned off altogether? I don't think we're ever going to get contracts on the map once I expose more of the farm fields. All right, so I mean, I do like the tractor, but the downside of it now is for cutting grass, this is not going to work. It's going to work for today in November, but oh, this should also jump up our environmental score because it should register the lime and the fertilizer. So instead of losing 1% on the sale, I'm pretty sure we're going to be in the bonus. So we should start making more from our lettuce. +1 for the idea. You know, I want to, you know, don't encourage the man to come up with other ideas. Meanwhile, I'm trying to figure out financially how I want to approach this still. Because at the rate we're going, we could be ending, when the stream ends today, it could be in year 3. We finally got this one field to take care of. So even the wheat that we have, it's not even worth leasing a trailer yet to sell that wheat in December/January, because a trailer is going to cost me, leasing-wise, as much as it is to sell the wheat. Although, you know what I realized I may have just done? I leased a forage wagon. Does that forage wagon also accept... does that one accept silage? It does. People watching a guy mow a field backwards. Well, the mower's going the right direction. But hey, I'm here to entertain. That's that's what we're here to do. Now, if I was like Miles that had $95 million in my bank account, I would have just leased another tractor when I had a PTO shaft on the front, but this would be fun in SnowRunner. SnowRunner driving backwards only? Driving forwards only can be a challenge in SnowRunner. You want to drive backwards? So I think I got to find out how much money I'm going to make off of selling silage here next month to kind of figure out my financial situation. Do I want to bump up the greenhouse to double the amount of lettuce that we're making? I mean, the swath is looking good. Hello, Granger. Welcome. Hope you're having a nice Monday. It does feel good to be back in the Farming Simulator. That little over a month break, I think is going to help out. Plus, I always get excited about starting on a new map anyway, so starting off on a new map and not being in the game for over a month has kind of made it fun. And we got kind of a good challenge here, really. I hate saying challenge because everyone always puts in, when they make videos now, like, oh, this type of challenge, that type of challenge. But financially, we're going to be struggling financially for a bit. I may take my words back also about maybe fishing, because a fishing pole is rather cheap and I can make a good amount of money off from fish. But I think the one thing I will not do if we do fishing here is when I reach the bonus stages and we get the bonus money, I may not keep the bonus money. I may just, any fish that we catch, we have to sell. We don't release. That way we won't get any of the bonus money. Could do it that way. But I gotta see how much money I'm gonna make in silage off of this one field. So we have lowered the water a little bit. We had to because I could not plant the grass in this field after we did the wheat harvest. The field was technically underwater, even though the water was under the surface. The drill would not allow us to plant because it thought it was in water. So we had to use the pump a little bit. And I do got the water pump on hard. So it's 1,500 credits per minute. But you know what? That was not bad. Mowing that field backwards. Luckily, it was a small field, so you guys didn't have to struggle too much through it. Pottinger. Nope. Where were we? Where are you? There we go. Yep, return that. So the forage wagon I will keep overnight because I can fill that up with silage next month. Well, I don't know how long it's going to take to ferment this grass in this processor, so I'll have to check it on out. But if I can sell it next month, then I'll keep the forage wagon to load up the silage and sell it. On this map, the finances are harsh. Drain water, then fields are hundreds of thousands, which yes, they are. Greenhouse need to be like Mary Poppins bag and spew out 1,000 pallets a month. Something like that. Oh yeah, and I do have the mod where the pickups are a little bit wider, so that's why we're picking up some grass from the nearest swath. Look at that. One headland was almost the right amount of grass. So, wait a minute. Is one side grass and the other side... Alright, so this must be the stones and lime. I just realized there was 2 drop-off points here. And this better be grass and silage. There we go. All right, let's go into our productions, silage. So it is 1 for 1. I will also get digestate from it too. And then, of course, you want it as storing. Cycles per month is 96. So that's going to go through, let's see, 10 is 5. This is going to go through about 50,000 liters of grass per in-game month. So it may not ferment it all by the end of the month. Actually, you know, if I drive between these, I can pick up both swaths. Hello, Anita. Welcome. Hope you had a nice weekend. So yeah, there's a mod on the mod hub which allows the pickups to... It just says increases the pickups. Looks like it's almost double the size. I mainly got it for when I'm baling, because it's always frustrating when you're picking up straw swaths and you miss little bits here and there. So yeah, what is our environmental score bonus up to now? 96. So now we're getting a 14% increase in sales. So yeah, I mean, I'm hemming and hawing about the whole thing. You know, not really sure how I want to start here. I mean, we haven't started. But yeah, the farmer's kiosk I could put down. That'll give us a bonus when I sell from there as 2. But I don't want to be earning so much money fast early on, because when it gets later in the series, that just means I'll be earning a lot more money, and I don't want to get to a point of where we have tons of cash. And I do plan on being here for the next month, or 2 months actually, right? 2 months. That's when the DLC comes out in October, late October. So I'm just trying to be careful about, I don't want to end up with millions of dollars. I mean, which is a in game, yeah, it kind of ruins the playthrough. In real life, it's like, yeah, give me the $1 million. I think we just need to enjoy the ride for the first stream or two, and just try to figure out if it's going too fast, I don't think too fast is going to be a problem. If it's going just right, or if it's going just way too slow. But I think we won't know until I sell this silage. Now this field will need to be refertilized. I actually am liking this tractor, but that's the only downside is now knowing it doesn't have the a front PTO. Now, of course, another way to make some good money is put down like a sheep/goat pasture and make a good amount of money off of them. But again, I don't want to get to that, because we're going to be doing we'll be doing animals on the DLC map that comes out in a couple months. I kind of want to go animal free, I think, on this playthrough. But plans will change, I'm sure. So we can do some pretty quick math, because since the ratio is 1-for-1 in this production of grass to silage, we can pretty much calculate how much we're going to get for the silage. Alright, so how much grass do we end up putting in here? Like 70,000? I think we're just shy of 70,000. I kind of lost track, actually, but it feels like 70,000 what we have. Yeah, not too bad. 73,000. And silage is what, 120 on hard economy? So I would say about $10,000, give or take, just by doing some quick math. How much does that cost me to keep that overnight? 305. Yeah, I'm wondering if that is going to get it all done by the end of tomorrow. Okay, so I want to make sure I top off this water tanker. If it goes slow, there's a small production pack, but times and such are improved. Oh yeah, I do know of that mod. That mod's been out for a while. At least it's the mod I'm thinking of. Should I be driving that backwards too? Kells, you're lucky this we're not in virtual reality and I can reach to the screen and slap you. Drop that off. Alright, so now I need to lease the spreader. That one's 2,000, that's 3,500. That holds 300. That holds 650. Yeah, we'll lease this. So, yep, got to fertilize the grass field. So it's good to go for next spring. Actually, I'm kind of curious, though, if, I'm not even sure if a fishing pole... I'm not sure if fishing in this water would work or not. I know it sounds weird, but because since it's water that's kind of removable, may not be a fishing source. I must have a good amount of fertilizer here, I would assume. I drove the water tank backwards. Well, I'm trying to please you a little bit, right? I'll go with that. Hello, David. Welcome. Hope you're having a nice Monday. So what was it like? Well, between the tractor and everything, 4,000, maybe 5,000 to cut the grass, and I'm going to make 10,000 off of it. Yeah, I kind of got to hope in a way that I get lucky with the tractor and the sales. Again, if you're just joining us, we're starting on a new map. Well, for me, it's a new map. And we can only buy from the used section. I can lease vehicles and equipment from the store, but if I want to buy something, it's got to come from the used section only. And this map is called Submerge Sanctuary, which is a PC only map. The map is flooded with water. We gotta pump the water out to get access to more of the map, and that costs money. I think there's a little spot I missed here somewhere. Alright, just unload that. I guess I'm keeping the tractor, because I'm going to need the tractor for the forage wagon. And return that. Actually, I probably should have spread lime on the field just to keep up with it, but we'll be good. So, I'm guessing when I go to harvest this in April, it's not going to be at the full height because we're in November. The grass is not going to grow in December. But it is what it is. So again, the sale page, what do we have there? Oh, yeah. Yeah, there, you may be saying, there's a tractor there. One, I can't even afford that tractor. And two, that is, again, that's like a Olive Grove grapevine type tractor to be used. It's putting down 3 times what grass needs and no growth stage. It's putting down 3 times what grass needs, has no... Oh, you're talking about fertilizer. Yeah, that's fine. Because hopefully next time I cut it, it may not need to be fertilized after again, so I won't have to lease it another time. Alright, so since we don't have no work to do, we're going to go to midday-ish and check the sale page again. Because we don't want to miss out on anything. The only thing we're missing out is things are being sold. And let's go to the end of the month. Well, there's a harvester there, but we can't afford it. There is a fertilizer spreader. Now, if that did lime as well, I would get it. But that just says fertilizer. Doesn't do fertilizer and lime. That does remind me, though. Did I activate that mod? Well, I activated that mod. So it had to be one of the Breedles. Or one of these Highland Fishing ones. Well, that might be a while before we afford that one. Or anything like that. Alright, well, let's go to bed. And let's go to December. We'll sleep until 9:30 because I don't have anything to do. And I don't think the silage is going to be ready. You go to commercial break, come back to a driver a tractor driving forward backwards? What? How can you drive forward and backwards? And hello, Miles. Welcome. Hope you're having a nice Monday. The second Miles in the chat. So the grass is growing. Yep. What's for sale? Well, I don't think we need a semi-truck. So that's not going to help us out. So how much silage do we have, and how much more do we got to go through? Another 24,000 liters is what we got. Lettuce price is looking good, so we should be making more off of that. Silage price, now again, it's telling me, now look at that price, $149. The problem is I can't get there. So the thing about this map is, yes, it is flooded. Do I not have flight mode turned on? I thought I had it turned on. So one thing about this map is, yes, it's flooded, but the sell points that are further out, you actually get a bonus from selling there. The problem is we cannot reach them. We cannot reach them until the water has been drained. So there's going to be some good prices there. The only place that we can sell currently, what's it called again? It's called, it's not where I need to go. I need to be here to see them all here. Silage. We can only sell Feed the Flood Survivors. And that price is only $89. Very, very crappy price, honestly. Because that's the one that's available to us, right? Yeah, I need to get the field drained so I can sell to better locations. If there's a way to drive it forward backwards, you'll find it, and you'll be watching. I mean, I was driving the mower forward and the tractor backwards, so that counts. But I do have the forage wagon here. All right, I am feeling like since that sell point that's near us is going to be lower than average. Factories, selling points. So the small farmer's kiosk is 10,000. The big farmer's kiosk is 43,000. Well, that would take all my money. I would assume that it takes everything. I don't know if the farmer's kiosk takes silage or not. That does not. I assume this is going to be the same thing for this kiosk. So it'd almost be better, because since it's a production building, if I put the silage at sell automatically, I think it takes the average price of all the sell points. So a kiosk is not going to help me. Yeah, I'm going to put this silage on selling. Which means I could have returned... I could return you. And I can return you. And the tanker we keep. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. So I don't... Well, hopefully we get a decent amount of money for the silage. We're going to see a big increase in sales here in just a second. When I reach the top of the hour, I should sell. Up to 54,000. Okay, I thought it would have been more than that, but apparently not. Oh, end of the month. Well, there's a baler. Well, baler's not what we need. But we are up to 56,000. Is that good or bad? I don't know. Yeah, we do lose money for direct selling. But it's better than keeping things around and, you know, selling it for $89 when I could be getting it like for 120 other places. I mean, it is what it is. It's going to be a struggle here to begin with, but that's part of the challenge. Digestate. I can no, I can't put Yeah, I can't put digestate on selling because that's not part of this. But deactivate that. Semi-truck and baler. Well, wait a minute. Grass is ready for harvest. Wait, is the grass growing year-round on this map? Grass grows year-round on this map. I cut it in November, so December, January. So in the month of February, this grass will be at full height again. Auto sell and pay the 10% for delivery hit. Well, no, on hard economy... Okay, I haven't really tested this in FS25. I've been told it's the same as 22. Because I'm on hard economy, I think the percentage for direct selling is higher than the 10%. In FS22, I think it was 10% on easy economy, 20% on normal, and 30% on hard. Just want to make sure this water level is not coming up. So we can cut the grass again in February. Because the grass grows year-round here. There's no dead time. Well, okay. Was not expecting that. There is a trailer. But I don't really need a trailer right now. Alright, evening time. Another cultivator. That's a mulcher and a trailer. I mean, a trailer's not bad, but it's definitely not on the priority list. We will sleep until 9. And what do we got? Yep, nothing. Nothing that's going to help us out. So, it is time to cut the grass again. Which is great. I was thinking I was going to not cut it until April. But yeah, let's not get the what's the next size? What's the tractor with a PTO shaft in the front that's the cheapest? Do you have a PTO shaft on the front? You have a 3-point linkage and hydraulics. But I don't see a PTO shaft on the front of you. You have a PTO shaft. Did I miss it on this tractor? That's interesting. It's got like the casing for it, but I don't actually see it. But that does have the PTO shaft on the front. All right, how much to lease you? 2,700. All right, well, we'll try this one. And then, of course, we need... Yeah, grab that mower. Lease that. And now the forage wagon. So it's $5,000 to lease all this stuff, and I'm making like 8 to 10 grand from the silage, so it's a profit. Alright, so I'm going to cut the grass first, and we're going to go forwards this time. You want to unfold? Oh, just a little bit of a delay on this one. Wasn't giving enough time. I was hitting the button too quick. So I think from what we saw and the way it's going, I'm going to have to keep this a grass field. So yeah, when we came here on the map, this was a wheat field. And by leasing the harvester and the header, on the first harvest here of wheat, I actually lost some money by doing it that way. At least with grass, we can cut it maybe 4 times a year now. I'll make more money off of the grass. Yeah, we can cut the grass and pick up the grass at the same time, but again, we're not in a hurry because we don't, you know, no sense of rushing through the day by making the jobs quicker right now. I am starting to think, though, maybe I should double up the greenhouse on the production. Because at this rate here, it's going to take me years before I can lower the water. So, you know what? Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. We'll put it at 200%. So we'll double it. Basically, the greenhouse and the lettuce, it was offsetting the loan. But we need to make a little bit more profit than what we're doing right now. And yeah, we are making a profit from what we're doing, just that it would just take forever to get to the next stage. And I don't mind it taking a while. But we don't need to be here for 15 years before I can lower the water. And again, it's not just lower the water one stage. I think there's 3 or maybe even 4 levels. And it gets more expensive the further we go. But obviously getting to the next level will reveal some fields. And once I have the money to buy them, of course, more fields mean more production, more money. Yeah, I really need a tractor coming up in the used sale. And it's got to have a front PTO. And of course, it's got to be affordable. Just a reminder, I did release an episode of American Truck Simulator yesterday. I have recorded and uploaded, but I haven't posted it yet, the City Skylines episode for Wednesday. But after recording that episode, I played a little bit more on City Skylines 2. And I may have a problem with that series because the game started crashing like every 5 minutes. So I got to figure out what's going on with my City Skylines 2. But you will have an episode for Wednesday. But if you've been following along with that series, it could be in jeopardy if I can't figure out why it's crashing. So stay tuned on that. Also, if you didn't see my community post over the weekend, and maybe a lot of you did, that's why you're here. I did post that we'll be getting back into Farming Simulator 25, but also starting, on Thursday and Friday, we will be doing the third storyline of A Plague Tale, and that was called The Plague Tale Residence. And if I don't finish it by Friday, then I'll probably stream it on Saturday as well. And that game does come out on Thursday. From what I understand, though, I think they said the game releases on Thursday, and it releases at noon my time. So if that's the case, I won't be streaming until the game gets released, obviously. So the stream will start once the game is released on Thursday. For those following along with SnowRunner, I don't plan on any SnowRunner stream this week because we're doing Farm Sim on Mondays and Tuesdays. SnowRunner is for Thursdays and Fridays, but because of a Plague Tale Resonance coming out this week, that'll get bumped back. If I happen to finish a Plague Tale Resonance by Friday, then Saturday I could stream SnowRunner. So it all depends on how I get through the storyline on a Plague Tale. But anyways, here on the farm, by doubling up the production of lettuce, hopefully we can see a slight profit every month. Not just when we're doing silage. Yeah, small farmers kiosk. They don't take silage. And the selling point that we got here currently on the map, the price they're offering for silage is very, very low. So the sooner we can pump down the water, I don't know if the first level will reveal other sell points. But once it does, then I'll probably start selling the silage that way because we are losing money from direct selling. And the reason why I'm direct selling the lettuce is because I'll be doing that almost non-stop. Let's go ahead and return the mower. That's the wrong button. That's a coon. Return the coon. Actually, the Mercedes tractor kind of almost blends into the grass. Are you asking if I'll try the Coach DLC on the Euro Truck when it's released? It depends on... I don't know if they're going to release... I mean, I'll probably have a look at it. That's right, I can go between the swaths because I got the wide pickup. I haven't really thought about it, but it's definitely going to be on the table when it comes out. I'm not sure what they're... I haven't read a whole bunch about the coaches on Euro Truck, how they're going to approach it. Are they going to do it as you're running a business, or... I have no idea. Alright, so we're going to have to keep the silage on sale directly, because if it takes the average price across the map, I'll be making more money that way than selling at that one sell point. I should just have another look at that price just to see if it's staying the same. Yeah, so that price is what, $30 lower than everywhere else? Releasing might be more expensive than keeping it, is what you're saying. On the tractor that we had before, it wasn't. It may be true with the forage wagon and the mower. I haven't checked on that, but the tractor I was doing before, it wasn't cheaper. Plus, with the tractor and the equipment, if I'm getting close to the 1 hour mark, I got to take that into consideration as well. It's not much of a difference than keeping it and releasing it for what we're currently doing. But in some cases, yes, it is cheaper to keep it than releasing it over and over again. Finished Roadcraft finally. Started SnowRunner again. Brand new save. Basically vanilla, but with DLC trucks at the start. Well, then you're basically not vanilla if you're doing DLC trucks. Because I'm pretty sure you're probably using most of those at the beginning. As I would at this point. Not going to blame anyone from using DLC trucks in SnowRunner. Yeah, I got a long ways to go in SnowRunner to get all the content that Saber Interactive has released for that game. Although I am getting through Wisconsin pretty good, but again, when I went to Wisconsin in SnowRunner, I was 51% done. And I think at the end of the stream on Friday, we were at like an 85% done. So we're on the map, Submerged Sanctuary, a PC-only map. And we have lowered the water a little bit. Because we had to. I had to spend some money to lower the water a little bit. The water at the beginning is too high for a drill to work in your field. And yes, I do have a mod for a wider pickup. I'm not doing it for this reason here. I have it for when it comes to doing bales. We all know how balers always tend to miss little bits here and there. But it's working where I can pick up 2 swaths in one go here, which is nice. At some point in the future, when I have a wider mower, the swaths will be too far apart. If you need, within 3 months, keep if 4 on the cusp with very little difference in cost. Well, again, with the Zader tractor I had at the beginning, it would actually cost me more on the 3rd month because Well, not initially, but what was happened was because I had 0.7 hours on the tractor. If I kept it and then used it in the next third month, I would go over the hours, so the hour fee overall would have pushed me where it was a little bit more expensive. Again, we're talking maybe about $100, $200 more. But obviously in the beginning of a farm, $100, $200 more. You know, I might need that. Now, for the equipment like the forage wagon and the mower, it would probably work, but a tractor, the hourly fee is going to come into play. But yeah, I was kind of hoping that Zeta Crystal would come up for sale, but the problem I see now is no front PTO shaft. I do like the tractor, but I need a front PTO. Alright, so the silage should be on direct selling. Let me put that there. So let me just have a look again here. So if we look at like the forage wagon, and then hit lease. So yeah, the working day here is fine. The working hour, I'm nowhere near the working hour. So yes, this is worth keeping for the 3 months, like you said. And probably just keeping it until don't need it and I find one. The mower is probably going to be the same. Per working day, so that's that's like almost $400. Yeah, so that'd be good for one more. It's going to be like the tractor that's going to be a little bit of a problem. So that'd be like another 1,500, which does save me 1,000. But if I go over the working hour, it doesn't save me. But I only got 0.3 hours on it so far. So yeah, right now it would be worth it. I think the reason why I had 0.7 hours on the Zeta Crystal the first time because I cultivated the field. I then planted the field, did lime, was moving around the water tanker. So I had more time on the tractor. This, I don't have that much time on it right now. I did over-fertilize the grass field, so it may not need fertilizer. No, it does not. And pH value is not too bad, so we can keep it as is. So let me just check the sale page because it's been a couple of in-game hours. Yeah, nothing that we're looking for. So we're at $50,000. Let's go ahead and let's say I don't need to fertilize. All right, let's just skip through a couple of hours here. All right, nothing new. All right, we'll skip to the end of the day. You can see the money going up, which is nice. So was that shell subsoiler? Well, there is a tractor for sale, but unfortunately, it's too expensive and meaning it's too big for what we're doing currently. But that would be nice to have on the farm. A Fendt 700 at 300 horsepower. That would be nice. But yeah, so the first tractor is going to have to come and go. So again, we put the greenhouse at 200% because our profit just isn't quite good enough as of yet. But this should do us just fine now. The defense 700 is still there, but yep, can't use it. And again, I will just double check for contracts, but again, those fields are flooded, so I can't see them coming up. No. All right, fast forward to midday. I never had such a fast start to the series where I'm going through the months. Still nothing new. All right, we'll go to the end of the day. Yeah, so the money is slightly going up. Not so much where it's going to ruin it, but we are making enough money to where, you know, I might be able to use the pump later on again at some point. Well, the MacDon swath picker upper is there. That's a potato planter. Don't need that either. Oh, yeah, and just in case someone wants, I will feed Sam. It's been 6 months. We'll feed him. Yep, so up to 64,000, which is good. Manure spreader, and that we don't need either. That's not the full height, right? No, it's got one more month to go. February, March, April, yeah, in May. In May, we will cut the grass. Oh, I better check to make sure. I don't think we're going through that much water. Nope, not going through that much water at all. Still got 150,000 liters in there. Okay, let's skip to midday. Well, there is a planter. But obviously not what we need. I think basically it's just coming down to a tractor or maybe the mower or anything with the grass cutting. Another drill. So let's get to the month of May where, guess what? We're going to cut some grass. It is raining. Not a big deal. We can still do some grass cutting. And what do we got? A log grabber. No, sorry, silage. Silage bale or a cotton picker. That's what it is. A cotton bale grabber. All right, so what time is the rain going to stop here? Where do we see the forecast? By 11. All right. I don't want to mow in the rain, even though we can. Let's not do that. So yeah, the money is going up now slightly. So we're not just breaking even all the time, so that's good to see. Oh wait, did I return the mower? I did return the mower, didn't I? Oh well. Mowers. Not going to get any upgrades or vehicles till I get there. Going to run from first to last map. DLC trucks are nice. Handout at the start. Oh, Snow Runner. I was like, wait, there's upgrades for farming stuff? Threw me off there for a second. kind of go over these rocks. Makes me feel like I'm in SnowRunner a bit. I keep forgetting with a mower, it does not cut meadow grass, it only cuts field grass. I think what I also may do, because I'm kind of curious about it since I mentioned it about a half hour ago, is since the fishing pole is only 150 bucks, I'm going to see if you can actually fish from this water or not. Because that way, if you're wondering yourself, we'll find out together. Wait, what is the Diggest at worth? Oh, I think you're asking what is the digestate worth, and autocorrect is throwing that out. Digestate ain't worth a darn. Actually, with our stock market thing, we can kind of see digestate. If I sold the digestate, I could get 1,300 bucks for it. And first thing we have to do is lease a tanker, which is going to be way more than that. So digestate's going to sit there for a long time. Actually, my tanker that I have, that will actually take digestate, so I take that back. I already got a tanker that will accept digestate, but still not worth fiddling around with just yet. So I think with the lettuce now, I think we made about 5,000 profit in the last month. Thoughts on FS25? You have that one. Well, I mean, I think asking me, someone that's played like 13 or 1,400 hours on it, I should only have one answer, and that's I enjoy it. You never played. Well, I mean, if you have the game, all I can say is, I mean, you already have it from what you're saying, so whenever you get some free time and feel like playing, just dive in and give it a go. I mean, way back in, 13 years ago, I didn't think this was going to be a game I would have fun playing. 13 years ago, I was more into World of Tanks. More into MMOs more than into simulators. I was just barely getting into Euro Truck back then. And Euro Truck surprised me how much I was enjoying that. So I bought FS13 on sale and gave it a go, and did not take me long before... Well, I mean, here I am 13 years later, so... Yeah, I do like games to where you got to work your way to achieve something, that whatever your goal may be. And in Farming Simulator, your goal can be whatever you want it to be. And there's way more options now than there was 13 years ago, but that's what's, I find great about the game. There's so many different options when you start on a farm, what your goal can be. Even though we all could play in the same map, we're all going to have different goals and achievements and the way we want to play. This Mercedes is actually performing pretty well. I'm pretty sure it must be a manual shift. But since our field is flat as can be, we don't have that constant shifting of going uphill. So even though we've played now a half of year, because we start in August and now we're into May, but right now we just say year number 2, we have not bought anything yet. We've just been leasing. So again, if you're just joining us, I can only buy stuff for the farm in the used section. And there's been a couple things that will help us out in the future on the farm, but the priority is not there. The priority is a tractor. And we just haven't gotten lucky yet on a tractor. I kind of wish I bought that mower now. The mower that was there on day 1, but I passed it up. I should have purchased it. But oh well. Alright, mower. Let's put this off to the side and not return it. In rating kind of wise, 25 was a good release. Well, it had its issues at release. But the things that we probably already kind of forgot about what FS25 brought along, we probably just don't even think about it anymore. So like ground deformation came along. We got the fog and the way the lighting is done in the game. Some more crops were added to the game. And of course, in a couple of months, when we get the new map and the DLC, we're actually going to have fungicide that we can apply to the coffee beans. I don't know if it's going to be for old crops. There will be some information coming out tomorrow. That's all I can say. But there'll be some information coming out tomorrow about that map and the DLC. Oh, did I leave this running? I think I left it running. I mean, if I did, whatever. Yeah, I must have left it running. Yeah, we're going to be on Submerged Sanctuary, which is the name of this map, until at least the DLC comes out in late October. And if I'm not done the map, well, we'll just come back to the map after we do the DLC map. Or maybe I'll mix it up and do both, I don't know. A lot of growth in the game, cool. Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of growth in the game since I started playing 13 years ago. Tons of growth, and there's still many things they can bring to it. It all just comes down to, though, is what can their game engine do? The map of Silver Run Forest and the hills the way they are, I don't see how you could get a field on that map. Well, you'd have to make your field by doing terraforming. So yeah, you would have to clear out the trees and then flatten the land. Now, it all depends on how you want to do that, if you want to pay for it or do the free mod. But Silver Run, you could make work. It would just have to take a lot more work to get it done. When you say we need small equipment, how small of equipment are you looking for? I mean, I think the small equipment as far as Giants is concerned, would be 3 meters. And there are some implements that are a little bit smaller than 3 meters, but for the most part, I think they consider 3 meters as small as they would like to go. I guess it all comes down to, though, I understand what you're saying, that like some of the equipment is only like maybe bigger than what you like to see. I guess it all comes down to what their contract is with the licensed companies. Sometimes the licensed companies are saying, yes, you can use our logo, you can use our likeness, our equipment, but they'll kind of dictate sometimes like, but we don't want you to have this in the game or that into the game. I learned a lot about that actually when American Truck Simulator came out back in 2016. And of course, Euro Truck Simulator has been out, like Euro Truck Simulator 2 came out in like 2012. I don't remember when the original Euro Truck Simulator came out. But when American Truck Simulator came out, I thought, well, they got Volvo in Euro Truck, they'll have Volvo in ATS, and they didn't. And it all came down to licensing, because I guess the American Volvo company is like an off branch of the European one. And also, when ATS came out and they had the Peterbilt and the Kenworth, everyone was like, oh, I want to get the Kenworth W900 truck. That truck was not available in the game when it came out because Kenworth did not want the older trucks in the game right off. They wanted the newer stuff only being shown. Not until about a year or two later before the older stuff started showing up. So sometimes when they have license agreements with companies, sometimes the companies only want specific items being used, and that's where modders come in. So, yeah, it's a whole bunch of that. But I understand what you're saying. For smaller farms, you need some smaller equipment. And sometimes it's hard to come by that. I get it. So I guess you like to play on smaller farms. Someone like myself, I used to like to play on very large maps. But I learned when doing content creation, the large maps don't get the views like the medium-sized ones. Or even the smaller ones. Left the forage wagon on. Drop that off. And yes, we need to lease the spreader for lime and fertilizer. Husqvarna riding mower is a cheaper lawnmower. Yeah, but the working width, I see where you're coming at, but yeah, the working width would probably be just a little bit too small. Kind of hope we can at least buy something today. But yeah, I missed that opportunity with the mower at the beginning. I was not thinking about keeping this grass field longer than I have. I thought financially the lettuce out of the greenhouse was going to do a little bit better than it is, or was at that point. I thought for sure I would have a crop in the grass field this year, but we need to keep it as is for now. Kind of hard to see where I've been here. I think I got it all. Probably should put the lime down first. So the spreader I'm going to keep for now as well. Why won't you fill up with the lime? Was it not close enough? Alright, why won't you fill up with lime? Okay. I can hear Sam sloshing around in the water somewhere. Alright, let's see if I can pick up this lime now. No, I picked up the fertilizer. Alright, let me put this way over here. There it goes. Maybe they were just too close to one another. When I first got ETS2, it came out on disc with a free t-shirt, which I still got, and also I played with keyboard and mouse. Yeah, ETS2 I played with keyboard and mouse too. I did not get the physical disc, I got the Steam version. I've always been the one that likes to just getting the download that way. I've never been one for the physical disc. I know a lot of people still love to have the physical disc. And I can see why some people want the physical disc now, because the problem that we're seeing in the gaming community now is basically we're buying a license to be able to play the game. If they ever decide not to support the game anymore, they could take it off Steam and you don't have any way to play it. Whereas if you have a disc, you can play it. Oh yeah, I don't know if you have I don't know if this story is true or not. But there is someone out there, I forgot what their name is, but I know they've done this before. But someone apparently has the GTA 6 game in their possession. And they're holding it hostage, and they're telling Rockstar Games and those people they won't release it as long as they agree not to do like a whole bunch of like paid DLCs and all that kind of stuff. They're holding them hostage with their own game, basically. Again, I don't know if that story is true or not, but I have heard stories about that in the past on games. Alright, so the one thing I did want to try, because I'm curious, it's not going to cost me too much to do this. We'll buy a fishing rod. Whoops, even though I said I didn't really want to fish on this one. But I'm kind of curious because this water... Again, I'm not sure if this is classified as fishing water because this water level is going to decrease. Let's see if I can fish from here. I guess we can. Oh, there's Sam. I was like, where's Sam? He's over there. He's going out after my bait. My guess is this is not going to be a hot spot either for fishing. So I'm probably going to catch crap. Literal crap. No, I actually caught a fish. Well, I almost... It's not a hot spot, though. It doesn't say hot spot found. Best part of the game, no diesel hands and the hydraulic here when I finish. Someday they'll have that. Someday they'll have virtual reality games. I mean, they already do. But I mean, virtual reality games where you can smell, probably smell and like the movie Ready Player One, where they can actually even feel the sensations. So I'm not going to release any fish. We're just going to keep them. So I don't want to get the bonus for releasing fish. But yeah, I got my money back on the fishing pole. So we can fish pretty much anywhere, I guess. I was wondering if this was going to be classified as a fishing area with a water level that goes up and down. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. GTA mentality, they created that. I can't remember the name that they go by, but they've done this before with some games. But I guess there's a lot of things that GTA has done in the past. About, I guess, like, you can't play much of the single player after a certain point. A lot of, like, lottery crates that you can buy or whatever, stuff like that. They're trying to tell them, like, yeah, don't do that crap anymore. And if they don't, then they won't release GTA 6 early or whatever. But he's kind of making them sign documents saying that they won't do that. Alright, so yeah, we can fish. I don't want to spend too much time fishing here. If I got my money back on the fishing pole, that's all I really wanted. Alright, so we limed and fertilized the fields. So that should be good to go. What do we got here? So nothing new has popped up. Alright, so let's go to the end of the month. Or, yeah, the end of the month. Nothing new there. Hello, host. Welcome. Hope you're having a nice Monday. Farming Simulator has Fishing Simulator too. I wouldn't go that far. You can fish, but I wouldn't say Fishing Simulator. Well, there is a tractor for sale. But I think a 9RX is a little bit too big for the farm and a little bit overpriced for what we can do. Well, a forage wagon. Okay. Sorry, forage harvester, not a wagon. All right, end of the month. Well, there's a slurry tanker. Now, I mentioned that earlier, but I don't need one because the tanker I currently got leased. I can use that for slurry if I wanted to. And nothing really new in the sale page. We got one more month on the grass, right? Even though it's ready for harvest. Yeah, we still got one more month to go. Nothing new. And now there's nothing for sale. Absolutely nothing for sale. People are starting to boycott PlayStation 5 because of Sony's phasing out gaming disc. Yeah, I've seen that. And that's something we don't need either. So the heck with that. It has Power Wash Sim when you clean your tractors too. Yeah, so we got Fishing Simulator, Power Wash Simulator, all that kind of stuff. Great to see you back on Farm Sim. Take care, everyone. Cheerios. Thanks, FS Farmer. Appreciate you being here. Have a good rest of your day, and I'm guessing you're headed off to maybe do some farming of your own. So happy farming to you, and hopefully we'll catch you again sometime soon. What am I growing for crops? Grass. Grass is what we're growing. Because we're trying to make some money so I can, at some point, turn the pump back on and start draining some water so we can reveal more of the map. So yep, we're cutting grass again. Alright, so we can do a little fishing here and there to get some money. Again, I'm not going to release the fish because eventually they'll give us a bonus when I release a certain amount. So, as for my overall goals on this farm, other than to drain all the water and reveal more of the map, I'm just going to farm as we go along. So we were down to about 50,000. We're up to 78,000. So yeah, we are flying through the months. We're already into our second August. And I'm only 3.5 hours on the map. I played a full farming year. If you're asking, could I put down more greenhouses? We could, but again, I don't want it to be all greenhouses. I want to make the money by farming, but of course at the beginning, since we only got one field and it costs a lot of money to do stuff, the greenhouse is a necessary item. I mean, I could be putting up solar panels and all that kind of stuff and just do passive income. But then I'm just skipping months not doing anything. I want to work for the money a little bit more. And probably at some point, I will be selling the lettuce instead of having it on direct sell, but since we're going through the months rather quickly, I don't want to be doing it constantly. Do you sell the grass? Well, you can sell grass if that's what you're asking, but we're not doing that here. On the farm, we have a silage fermenter, or a grass fermenter, so we put the grass in the silo and it ferments it into silage, and we sell it as silage. And I really don't want to run the pump yet until we at least get something, until we at least get a tractor and possibly some other equipment. Every little blade counts. So I'll probably go over the hour on the tractor. But I guess the good news is tractors are showing up in the sale page. They're just giving us the real expensive ones. did not know Mercedes-Benz made tractors. Is Lamborghini still in the game as well? Is Lamborghini an FS25? If I go... Landini. Linder. I don't see Lamborghini in FS25. What's the money goal to turn the pump back on? Well, I'm saving the money in the bank account until we really at least have a tractor, because a tractor is a big lease expense. So I want to make sure I have a tractor. Once I get a tractor, I'll turn the pump on here and there, and we'll lower the water. But I would hate to turn on the pump for just a little bit and spend another $10,000 on the pump, and then a tractor comes up for sale and I'm short that $10,000. So yeah, it's pretty much, I just don't have a set goal for when to turn the pump back on. But obviously, I definitely would like to get a tractor before I do so. So is this like our fifth cut of grass? Seems like it. Just hope I'm not boring everyone to death with doing nothing but grass today. I forgot to turn off the production of silage. I don't think it's that expensive, right? To run per month. Cost per month, $60. All right, so it's not too big. I think there is a Lamborghini tractor mod on the Mod Club. I actually had a Lamborghini tractor back on FS15 on Bjornholm. Of course, back then, I think we just had like New Holland, Lamborghini, and Fendt as tractors. Maybe Deutz-Fahr was there too. Yeah, Deutz-Fahr was there. But I think that was about the only brands we had at that time. I'll also say one thing about this map. I mean, we just started playing on it. But look at that. Around the farm, I am getting almost 80 FPS. But as it goes, usually when I play the map longer and longer, that gets worse and worse. If you remember on Peshanier Valley, when I got the farm yard pretty much all built up, I was dropping down into the 30s around the farm. Deutz-Fahr Series 6230 from Highland DLC. It's under design. I'm not sure what you are referring to there, but okay. '17 and 19 had them too. Oh, if you're talking about the Lamborghinis, yes, they did. Yeah, getting some almost 90 FPS here. But also it could be because the map is not rendering in a whole bunch because it's mostly water. I'm not sure if that's the case. Just happy that I'm back in the FS. Yep, I did need that month break though. That was, and I got a lot of the other games that I wanted to play in there. And I'm sure later in the year, like when Construction Sim, is it Construction Sim Evolutions? I think that's what's going to be called. The new series coming out later this year. Obviously, we'll get to that. Then we got Roadcraft. We'll have something coming out this fall. So we'll be mixing in other games along with Farm Sim. Great for you. You can take in the start process. Well, I mean, if you've been watching people play Farming Simulator for a while, then you have an idea of what's going on. But I mean, if you're really new to watching the game itself and everything, I mean, if you played on easy mode, you're going to earn a lot more money, which is what I would recommend. If you're playing for the first time, play in easy mode, turn a lot of stuff off, and then turn things on as you go along. And, yeah, just learn what the game has. I mean, I'm using a lot of mods, what I consider a lot of mods. There's some people out there that probably use like double or triple the amount of mods that I'm using. Yeah, and every map that you go on, you're probably going to start differently. Decided to see you off. Oh, I think you mean for Chaudiere Valley. That map was starting to get boring. I wasn't bored of the map of Chaudiere Valley. But the way the farm was and was making money, I was... yeah, the excitement of building up the farm wasn't there anymore because I had nothing really else to expand on. And I did my grapes. So I don't have to do grapes again until FS 28. So I think we still got a good amount of fertilizer over here. Yeah, probably over-fertilized, so we're going to keep it as is. Alright, so that's going... just check the sale page. Yeah, I remember now. We'll catch a couple of fish. So that leasing cost, I probably went over an hour on a couple of things. Alright, so what we'll do is, when we do a little bit of farm work, we'll kind of, when we get done with the farm work for the month, we'll just maybe cast 3 times every now and then. Maybe we'll catch enough fish to pay for that leasing cost that just came up. If I don't catch more tires or whatever. And if I happen to get a bonus for catching junk, which I think you get a bonus for that, I will deduct it out of our money because I don't want to get that money. But yeah, if we can get ourselves a tractor today in the sale page, that'd be a good expense not to have to pay for leasing over the hour fees. All right, that's a few fish. All right, let's skip to the rest of the month here and see if we get lucky on the sale page. So I check it at morning when I wake up, check it midday at noon, and we check it again before we go to bed. That was a little bit too fast there with the time scale, Einstein. Well, a bunch of stuff has come up. I mean, that's a good deal right there, kind of. But that's not a direct drill. I bet you that's a direct drill. 64% off. That is nice, but yeah, priorities. And we're up to 85,000. Same stuff that was in there. Let me just check now that the grass is grown. Are we fine on... Yeah, we're fine on fertilizer and pH value. We are good there. Yeah, let me just check on the water tanker. I'm sure that's still got more than half full, right? 85,000 liters of water still into it. Alright, let's go throughout the day a little bit. All right, stuff has disappeared, but nothing new. Oh, I don't have the money. I don't have the cash. I mean, I'm very short of having cash for that. But that's like the closest we've been so far. 112,000 for a case Puma. 58% off. I don't know why I'm looking at it because I can't afford it. It's got the 302 horsepower engine in it. But I can't afford that. It does have 40 hours on it too, so yeah, that'd be a nice tractor to have though. We just need something a little bit cheaper. Yeah, we got to go one more month. Well, there are mowers for sale, but that would take most of my cash. I've used these mowers quite a bit too. It is nice, but I'm going to have to pass on those. I mean, the money is going up still, which is good to see. Yeah, putting the greenhouse at 200% is good. A lot of telehandlers keep coming up for sale. All right, let's get to November where we're going to cut grass. Let's go ahead and feed Sam. And what do we got? Well, a TARDIS trailer for 15,000. That'd be good. All right. So if you haven't seen me do this just yet, we're going to go cut grass. And then, yep, pick it up and put it into our fermenting silo. But yeah, the money is going up. We're up to 91,000 in the bank account. So yeah, we are making a decent profit. And when we start making too much profit, I can cut back the greenhouse to back to 100%. But for now, we're going to keep it at 200%. I mean, we are just flying through. This might be the map I've played the most years on, because we're already in our first stream. We're already in year number 2. Whoops. And we're in November. This is not the way I thought the series was going to start, but here we are, cutting grass for the 6th time in this field. There probably is a fuel depot on the map, but there are 2 things we can do. You can see that there's a red tanker over there. Let me back up. So right next to the left of the silo, the back shed, you can see that off-color red tanker. That is a fuel tanker. We can buy fuel there and then fuel up our tractors there, or I could get fuel from the Omatana buying shed. I would assume, well, I shouldn't assume that. Let me just have a look here. Let me see if there is a fuel pump on the map. There's a warehouse which is probably underwater. Animal dealership is over here. Maybe there isn't a fuel station on the map. I don't see one currently. Yeah, so probably just have to buy it and fill it up at your tanker over there. At least we're not mowing the grass field backwards like I did the first time. But hopefully with November and December being here and the winter months coming up, hopefully a lot of the farmers are trading in their stuff and we'll get more interesting stuff in the sale page. I mean, there's been some interesting stuff there already. Just not what we are looking for. I just have to wait until we get a tractor for sale. Again, we can only buy from the used section, but we can lease from the store itself. So we just can't say, well, we got 91,000, just go buy a tractor brand new. Can't do that. It's one of the rules that I'm going by here. And then once I do have ourselves a tractor, then we'll see how much money I got left over. And we'll have a look at turning the pump back on and lowering the water a little bit more. But I'm not sure once we reveal some other fields if contracts will show up or not. I'm thinking once we lower the water enough, maybe I will, well, I would need a trailer and I would need a conveyor belt to pick up those stones that are kind of blocking our way, which will lead us down to other parts of the map. course, I could also just take the landscaping tool and probably just repaint the texture, the ground texture, and all those stones will disappear. But since we have a production on the farm that turns rocks into lime, and I do need lime once in a while, might as well go ahead and use it. Sam, being a yellow lab, must be in all of his glory here with all this water that you can go jump in. Alright, grass field. Again, is cut. So the interesting thing on this map here, again, we're playing on Submerged Sanctuary. The grass grows year-round. There's no... So, December, January, February, the grass grows. I'm going to guess that Case Puma will not stay in the sale longer. I mean, I still would need like another $20,000. Don't see that happening. I do love how this map is looking, though, for the fall. All the colors change. Well, I shouldn't say all the colors. Mostly orange. But yeah, my favorite time of the year is coming up, fall. Although I don't like what follows fall. Although, like I did mention last week, I saw my first, I hate to say it, Christmas commercial. Haven't seen it again, though, which is good. Just only seen it once. But I'm starting to see a lot of Halloween commercials as well. It's like, can we wait on Halloween till at least after Labor Day? Although, to me, it kind of scares me a little bit to say Labor Day is only like 10 days away at this point. I'm starting to think I'm still trying to enjoy summer. Although some of you out there are probably already tired of summer because a lot of you have been having a lot of heat waves. Where I live, we had our couple of heat waves earlier on this summer, but really nothing since. Actually, last night it got down to 48 degrees at my house. Good sleeping weather. So ever since we've doubled the production of our greenhouse, financially we're doing just fine at the pace I think we should be going at. Of course, I say that now. Once I spend this money on a tractor and maybe some other things, we start pumping out some water, that money's going to disappear. Maybe cutting grass. Too much longer. But I'll have some thinking to do before we get back on here tomorrow. I mean, there's a lot of ways to make money. I'm just trying to figure out a fun way to make money. I mean, you play the game long enough, you know a lot of ways to make money and what mods you can put down to make maybe too much, you know. Government subsidies, signs you can put down. There's so many things you can do. Just trying to find a fun way to do it without making it too easy for myself. That should be just about one more load of grass to pick up. Yeah, once we pump it down to the next level, we can find another sell point. Because it's kind of an interesting concept they got here not only with having to pump the water down, but as for like the only sell point we got available to us does not offer us a great price. But once we lower the water levels down, we get some other sell points, the prices get better and better at those other sell points. So that's an interesting concept to have. Alright, swing around, get that one tiny little patch. There might be a little bit extra over here somewhere too, unless I got it this time. Yeah, I think I already got it. Nope, I did get a little bit extra. Alright, we are making silage. No surprise there. I am wondering a couple things. I wonder if this needs soil sampling at this point, because it's been a while. Nope, it's still registering. Oh no, no data found. Alright, so we are going to have to buy the soil sampling, but it's like $1,000 or so. It's not too bad. There we go. Now it's all registering. Let's go ahead and put some lime down on it first. Because that way it's easier to see where I've been with the fertilizer afterwards. So I think Peshanier Valley and Riverbend Springs, I think both maps I played 12 years. And yeah, we're not too far off from getting into year number 3 already in the first stream of Submerged Sanctuary. Trees in the way. Can't see where I'm at. Hello, Andro. Welcome. First time here. Well, welcome. Hope you're having a good Monday so far. So once we get this down, fertilize. And then we'll do our 3 casts with a fishing pole. And then we'll start moving on to, well, February, I guess, when the grass will be ready once again. Alright, so with the lime down, it's going to be easier to see where I fertilized. Question is, will I get $100,000 in the bank account before we get ourselves a tractor? It's kind of looking that way. Alrighty, grass field, limed and fertilized. Not going to worry about the water just of yet, because I still got... I should water it next time, though, I cut the grass. Not water it, but fill up with water. Sam's coming out to watch me fish. Sam wants attention. Well, a bucket. That's not going to get me any money. I wonder if there's actually any rivers on the map once the water gets lowered. If it will reveal any, like, ponds or lakes or anything. Probably not. Would be my guess. Because that would be 2 planes of water. Ooh, yeah, we got a fish there. That's good. And depending on how the script is written, that might lower the water level in those as well. Well, time will tell. I could look at the map and look, but we'll keep it a secret for now. Well, that was my 3 casts. Sam, dude. Just kind of freaking out. I think the water level is at the right height where he can kind of walk, but also can kind of swim. But we saw him before. He was laying down on top of the water, so... You know, that's Sam for you. So let's double check the sale page. That trailer is kind of tempting, but... Yeah, we're going to hold off. Tractor first. Well, things have disappeared, but nothing new. Ah. Well, look what's in the sale. You have a PTO... Wait, is this the one... That does have a PTO shaft right there, right? 125 horsepower. This is the 1300 Turbo. That should sell for like 60,000, right? So, is that considered a small tractor? Is that considered a medium tractor? The 1300 Turbo. It's this one right here. Well, guess what? We got ourselves a tractor. 125 horse. If I were to... I can do 136, 156, 180. That would bring up to 67,000 for 180 horse. I think for now we'll just keep it as is. Can I put BKTs on there? We can. Beacon light 3-point attacher in the front. Wait, no, that's wrong. Oh, it's already on there. 3-point is already on there. Main color. Do we want to change the main color? Oh. No, that doesn't go well. I kind of like that. I don't mind the green, just that we just got a lot of green every time we cut the grass. Back loader attacher. Wait, what do you mean back loader? Are you saying it goes on the back and not the front? Interesting. Beacon. I mean, do we really need a beacon on there? Oh, we don't, but we're going to. And do I want wide tires or just regular tires? Wide tires would cost me 2,000. I do like the look of the wide tires on there, so 40,000. But yeah, I think we're good. I didn't see how many hours are on here, but you know what? I don't care. I do not care. We're buying ourselves our first piece of equipment for 40,000. And then what I will do, I don't know if it's before midnight or not. Vehicles, make sure I get the right one, the least one, which is this one right here. Yes, lease. Let's go ahead and return that. 32 hours on the other tractor we just bought. And yes, it is before midnight. So yeah, we got it before midnight, which is great. All right, so we got ourselves a tractor. Let's sleep until morning. And we'll check the sale page again just to see what's going on. There's nothing in the sale page. The one thing I did want to check was, what horsepower did that Mercedes have? All right, so the one I was using had 110 horsepower. So, yeah, this one does have more horsepower. I just want to be sure that it hitches up to the mower with a PTO, because I do see a PTO capability there. Well, at least now we're not leasing it, so we don't have... I mean, I'm going to have fees anyways. I got to get this repaired. Although it's not too bad. Yeah, we got beacons. For who? I don't know, but we do got beacons. And just to be sure, we should be able to... Yep, okay, just want to be sure that it works. Alright, so I do have 57,000. Nothing in the sale page. Is my... Okay, that's on selling. I got to turn this off. Storing. I also have to go to here and put this lettuce on storing. Because we can't sell while the pump is running. Pump started. Do not buy or sell while the pump is running. Alright, so we're going to go watch the water. We're going to speed up time, but we're going to watch the water level go down. Maybe spend another $10,000? Oh, wow, that goes down. That money goes down quick. Okay, slow down. Oh, slow down time here. I spent like 20,000. Pump stop. Progress 2%. What? That's only 2%? That's only 2%. Okay, we may have a little bit of a problem. Let's turn this lettuce back on to selling, and the silage, we'll turn that back on to selling. Sam, I'm in trouble. I don't know if it means, maybe it means 2% overall. Not just on the stage, but maybe it's 2% for all of the water. Can I look underwater? So we can see how far down we gotta go? Is that a thing? Am I still got flight mode on? Oh, I can go underwater with a flight mode. Alright, so here... Okay, so here's the other fields. So I'm guessing... How... Okay, there's the water level. And there is the next field, maybe? We gotta... I don't know what this is over here. But again, these fields here are going to be like $100,000 a piece, and I can't afford them as of yet. But you can see our greenhouse right there. But the water level is not that far. Well, okay. Well, it's an improvement, right? We're getting there. We're slowly getting there. So yeah, I may have to think of another way to make a little bit more cash. I don't really want to... I don't think I really want to put the greenhouse at 300%. We could. But, yeah, I'm going to hold off onto that. So before I buy anything else, let's go ahead and we're going to skip on to the next time I cut grass. So, yeah, the pump should be off. Money's not going down. Okay, so we're fine. Let's just see if anything else comes up for sale. Now, this is a good thing to have. But that would take every penny that I have right now. And I think leasing the other one for now is fine. A mower or a forage wagon would come in more handy, I think. When it says miscellaneous 30,000, I think that might be for draining the water that we did. Well, another tractor came up for sale, but out of our price range, and we're not looking for a tractor now. How much would it cost to repair the tractor? Well, I need a... I mean, I could go to the workstation at the shop and repair it. Nothing new. Midday, nothing new. End of the day. Harvester header. All right, February grass is ready to cut. And 2 headers for harvesters there. So not what we're looking for. But let's go see how much it would be to repair our tractor. I could buy the toolbox for the shop, but... And there might be a repair area here, but we'll just go back to the shop down the road. Repair 1,536. So 32 hours on it, which is not bad. And hey, since we can only buy from the used section, at least we got ourselves a tractor. I don't have to worry about hourly fees, daily fees. Oh, before I forget, let me, because February is a month to cut grass, but we're not going to do it today. I think we're going to wrap it up for today. Just let me go ahead and get this trailer filled up. So yeah, now I got to back up further to get to the water. So much so that's going down a steep cliff. Does it want to fill? Okay, next time I'll have to go somewhere else because this is getting a little bit tricky. So everything else you see on the farm for vehicles and equipment, everything else is leased except for the tractor. I was hoping you can get that out of there. Okay, we should hear the water going in. We do. Well, what did we play? Like 18 months almost? 18 months in the first stream is what we did. So what did we accomplish? Well, we have our first tractor at least. And we have lowered the water, I guess, by 2%. But it doesn't seem like we're that far off from the next stage, but I could be wrong. I think what we're going to do is tomorrow, obviously, we're going to be cutting some grass and making more silage. But when March rolls around, I think we'll try to drain more of it. So the water level was like right about here. Yeah, so if we go like right about, okay, maybe not that high. So the level I'm at is where the water was. And it's dropped that much. And I think I've spent $50,000 so far on the pump. I think if we do another $50,000, that may get us down to the next fields. Because this is where the field is. Yeah, I think we might be able to do it tomorrow. Fingers crossed. I don't know about putting down, though. I don't even know what it's even under. Generators. I just love that total. Anywhere from $0 to $1,000 a month. So that would take me almost a full year at best to get my money back on it. And obviously, I don't have the money to do any of this stuff. I'm pretty sure there's other ones out there, but I'm just trying to figure out if that's something I want to do or not. But yeah, Submerged Sanctuary is the name of the map. PC only map, by the way. And your goal is to, well, I mean, you don't have to, but I would assume the main goal while you're here is to drain the water out so you can use other fields and whatnot. Because right now, if you just play the map as is, this is the only field that you got. I mean, if that's what you want to do, more power to you. But yeah, we're here to drain the water. But yeah, anyways, that's what we're going to wrap it up for today. We'll be back tomorrow for more Farming Simulator 25. Like I said, we'll start off by cutting this grass, sell it as silage, sell whatever the lettuce is selling. And since we got ourselves a tractor and I got 35,000, we'll try draining more water out and hopefully get down to the next level. I will check later on tonight because I don't think anyone answered if anyone is playing on the map. If contracts do become available once you reveal some fields. I'm going to guess no, but I'll do some search, and we'll see if it does. But just a reminder, I did release an episode of ATS yesterday, American Truck Simulator, and Wednesday you'll have an episode of City Skylines 2, and also later this week on Thursday, we'll be playing a Plague Tale Resonance that gets released. So if that's your thing. But I'll be back tomorrow streaming right here, and we'll see if we can drain some more water. Appreciate everyone being here on a Monday. Enjoy the rest of your Monday. Have a good start to your Tuesday, and hopefully I'll see you all tomorrow. But until then, have a good one.